Hello. Hope everybody's doing well and is excited for the finale of well, possibly the finale of this game. I looked into it just to see what the parts are. I didn't do any story spoilers, but apparently there's only two parts left. So I think I'm gonna go force myself through it. That being said, if you guys haven't seen the spoiler image, let's see. Okay, I did post spoilers. Here's the here's spoilers for the next two games in the cycle. If anybody wants to make guesses, feel free, but I'm not going to say anything definitive until the end. All right, there you go. I did post that the spoiler image on Discord if anybody wanted to see it. But until then, until I actually reveal, it's time to actually, finish this. And newbie says this is the dark part. So, let's see. Oh yeah, we discovered that Iris is actually Dahlia. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out last night. Out that night. Fuck. I don't know why I decided to do games that I have to read. I'm a fucking dumb shit. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would have to die. Would first have to die. Fuck. Does somebody want to just punch me across the head? Also forgot to say hi, everybody. Hi, Bob, Gumbo, Fred, Severed. Also, what package did you get, Severed? I actually ordered a package myself. Actually, I never actually got to see what... I ordered underwear today. And it's a brand I always get because it's fucking comfy as shit. Like, I absolutely hate chafing, and I hate, like, when underwear rides up me. Yeah, it's protecting my balls. Uniqlo? No. MeUndies. Well, it's not telling me how long it's gonna take. Shit. Actually, maybe I could use my referral code and you guys can just get me a bunch of money. I have considered affiliation with them because it's like absolutely comfortable. Although one pair of male underwear right now is like I wear boxers, so it's like $26 US. But they have really fun designs and like this underwear lasts me fucking years. Supposed to show up yesterday, but it makes sense it didn't. Okay, you didn't. Oh, you did new headphones and a mic. Nice. Are you planning on streaming? Or can I get Severed streamer? Anyhow, sorry, I got distracted by underwear. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Just wanted new ones? Ah, okay. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. Watch yourself, Trite. You've got a problem. Solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Goto is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? The whole plan began with the death. Alright. You were executed last month, correct? Yes. I was hanged. Wow. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Ha! You crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fey the master of Karain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on the plan. Plan, huh? A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes. My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. Classic artist look. Oh yeah, did you got hit with it, Bob? Hopefully nobody from my server. Just then? If it's somebody from my server, please let me know. The mods will take care of them. Severed's itching to ban somebody. On top of that, oh, I already said that. How horrible. A really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Depression, I have no job, blah blah blah. But hey, artist, I am. Yeah, there's always one. Did I show you guys the one I told to fuck off, and then they blocked me? I think I posted in Misc Media. I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna tag you in the first post, Bob. That's a good one, Gumbo. It's a me. Welcome, Sphinx. You're. I don't know. Sphinx. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. Yeah, exactly, Sphinx. There's gonna be some really dark tones as a warning to everybody. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Oh, fucking shit! Okay, I forgot to disable right click. Maya is the one in the purple. This is not Maya that's standing in front of us. This is Dahlia. Okay, Gumbo, to answer your question, it's the little one. Wait, no. The little pink one is Pearl's. The little purple one is Maya. The large one in the black is Mia. Also, congrats on 7 streaks, Sphinx. In any case, I'm already dead. And there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. Okay, Gumbo. Mia is the one who keeps popping up out of nowhere to aid me in every single fucking trial. Maya is usually the sidekick one. Got the crystal gem for my... Oh, nice. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do the nether gotcha for White Lily. I'm so close to it, but I don't think I'm gonna do that again. Gumbo cookies. Discussing cookies. And Sister Hyris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? I think there's a capsaicin in the... I want to say the guild battle store, I think. She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. I agree, Gumbo. Pure nonsense is just the joy of any video game. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Oh, she really hit him with that, eh? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. She seems evil for some reason. Yeah. Oh. This is giving me some slight X vibes. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Aw, no capsaicin? Damn. Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? Gumbo. She did give it to you. She gave me emotional PTSD. Sad as it is to say. Sorry, that was quite dark. You may not be able to understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. Fuck off, Gumbo. I saw Sphinx made that joke before. I think it was Sphinx made the joke before? Yeah. I tried to ignore it when Sphinx said about you saying it doesn't. It just fucking irritates me. Anyhow. You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. Tell me why? For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? My goal was? Ain't nothing but heartache. Sorry. I purposely, like, smacked the side of my throat just to fucking botch that. I'm so glad Sever also likes that show. Brooklyn Nine-Nine is a fucking glorious show. I mean, it has Terry Crews and one of the guys from fucking The Lonely Island. Yeah, rest in peace, Andre Braugher. Yeah. He was a very, very good actor. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and then in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. It was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. What? Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan. And what she was after as well. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Wait. I can Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain as she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. The guy with the hemorrhoid. Now, I wanted to kill her with my own hands. I should play Witcher 3? I don't see why not. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. It was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. And Gumbo is a man of many talents. That talents being pressing WASD. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. I guess it makes sense, Gumbo. There is a kind of irritation. Huh. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. That night... It was a fucking baby? What? Gumbo absolutely fucking getting their shit kicked in by a baby. I can just imagine Gumbo just like walking up to the baby and then just kind of like Gmod ragdolling off. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elise Donham who channeled her after all. The ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple, and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. Good one, severed. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you... Yeah, the Witcher is a weird series. You're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. Turned into a lubricant successfully. Nice. I think. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not that Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew that I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started an investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came up from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. So Iris is stuck in there. Fuck. I finally had learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I had learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan has succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I assumed it had been that it was Pearl Fey. There you go, Bob. Now you finally see it. Why aren't they arresting the ghost? They can't, Gumbo. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fey. The picture book author. What? Oh, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is? Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? I thought it was not... Gumbo, that's just fucked, not sinful. It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snapped up Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. Oops. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. But where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie? Oh, Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. That's funny. What kind of ringtone is that? I can imagine, like, Gumbo having this ringtone, and as soon as the ringtone goes off, Gumbo's pants are just off. It's just like, alright, who put the sex music up? I got a clue what's happening. There's a lot to this game. Oh, shit. Yeah, Bob, there's a lot to this. I don't blame you. It's a very puzzly kind of game, and if you don't get it from the beginning, you're not going to get much of it at all. Godo here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. Told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! I'm bad at this. I love the evil hair flick. It is pretty sassy. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Stoneham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she has done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. No, it can't. No, it can't. Aha. I knew it. Because if she jumped from the inner temple side, she would have gone splat. Yeah, she is severed. Yeah, she couldn't have. Can't be. Ha. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godo? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes the claim? Are they both prosecuting her? It's now one of those moments in the Ace Attorney series where both sides are trying to actively pursue the truth instead of like prosecuting and defending. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than the witness. What did you say? Yeah, at least for the time being. Especially when both sides try to play the noble cause card. 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah! Ha! So you finally figured it out. You... No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct? That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. She's Dahlia! What? What is this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instance? Maya Faye is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Faye is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said... I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day of after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It was someone who called you before she could. It was Godo. No, this is an easy one. Oops. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. Person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. No. Don't say that. Oh. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool? By that little whelp? Dahlia, jump up. Fuck off. She snapped? Oh yeah. Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape to open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world? She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia. Oh no. Oh no, things are gonna get fucking feisty, I think. This is the one time I'm actually kind of glad to see Deus Ex Mia. Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ghost fight. So it was true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what are you doing here? Godo's losing his shit, yeah. That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. But it was Maya who put the luck on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fay. Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fay's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that it was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Basically, it's like 50% like the channeled spirit and 50% the original host. Can we exercise our ass? I don't know. I'm actually curious to see how we're gonna extract a Hawthorne from Maya. What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago, the fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne. That's where you suck, ass. That's basically this game. The truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Got jump scared by an iPhone ad? Get Apple, idiot. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said early in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishments you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. Miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. Fuck, Mia, you're just going to the throat. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Can Mia and Dahlia just beat each other up? I hope so. This is the day you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You... Ooh... You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want... Hold on, give me a second, guys, sorry. Sorry, my mom came back from her date and I was just checking. Fuck off, Sphex. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. I'm not gonna scream. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Holy fuck, was she just sent to hell? Nick. This. Holy fuck. She's dead, that's good, amen. Hallelujah. Now then. I assume you are the real Iris? Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godo, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Missy Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? What about this whole spirit medium thing? It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Too late, Sphinx. I've already possessed you. It's time to rub one out. I'm sorry. I can see Gumbo just being a ghost, possessing somebody's body and whacking them off. It's like, ha, you got whacked off by me. You're gay now. You've been gay ghosted. I'm sorry. I read him. Fuck. Really? Why are you reading porn mangas? It's being very joking about super. I think it's exactly that, Gumbo, but just with possession. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother's quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Karain channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? This man has a brother? Yes, it's apparently the Canadian one. The one with the blonde beard. Which, wait, does that make this judge Canadian too? Canadian? Yes, we exist, Pris. How's it going, Pris? I've seen quite a few things in my many years off on the bench. In all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Dripping with sweat? You should hydrate then. Please hydrate. Get some fluids back into your body. Is being a judge just a family business then? I could see it. In all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. Can't rent out? Then bother Lee to get you some. Please don't dehydrate. You're suffering enough as is. No, Six, that's bad. That's basically drinking salt water. In order to fully understand that world. A civilized country, allegedly. What, a salty? Yeah. Yeah, it's fixed. Just have Pris set a fire in the middle of her house. That seems like a smart idea. Sarcasm, please don't actually set fire in your own homes. Unless this is a controlled place like a fireplace or something. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Thank you for putting the matches down, Pris. Objection! Oh, fuck off, Godo, really? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean that by me? What do you mean by that, Mr. Godo? I'll thank you for that, hydrate. Spix, I don't think he wants. No, I was gonna say that's. I just realized what I was about to say was gonna be horrifically disgusting. And thanks for the posture check. Penis check? Let me check. Yep, still there. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godo? Well, Bob, he only tells me that to make sure it's either on me or inside his mother. I'm so sorry. I got you good with that. You have to admit. Also, in good news, I have a cat on me. Cat is Toasty Boy. Elohim. For everybody. Actually, let me. This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what it means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. And I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Yeah. But we can cross-examine Maya, because she also witnessed it. If Maya's not fucking out cold. Oh, my kitty cat's all bundled up in my arm. He's doing that thing he likes doing where, like, he braces himself on the right side of my torso. Kind of curls around. Wants me to hold him with my right hand. And just looks at me with loving eyes. This is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya. She was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Ellie Stoneham. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. Mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. We were defending Iris. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? It's Fix. Fix was the one who murdered. Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. It was God. God sent another lightning bolt. Imagine there's like a Phoenix Wright game where Phoenix just outright defends Satan for some reason. Sorry. I keep getting distracted scratching the cat. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover from summoning her, or before summoning her. Oh. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite. I got something to say to you. So listen up. What is it? I don't think of much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a hint of understanding of this case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come in dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. All you've got to do is squish that cat. Does anybody know the meme I'm talking about? Elohim loves it. He'll look at me, and he'll be like all pressed up against me, and I'll just like squeeze him towards me, and I'll be like, "Squish that cat," and he just kind of like slowly blinks at me. So I think I've made friends with the cat. That's enough. This court is now in recess. Alright, we're going. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, And Iris was inside the sacred cavern. And I thought she died? Yeah. But she was probably very close. Those clothes must be super fucking insulated. I wanted to be at the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother, never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, yeah, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person that had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes? What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Ellie Stoneham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. Oh, guys. My cat is half loafing on me. Hit him all comfy and settled. Yeah, he's my loafus. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Oh, Catloaf would be a fun one. Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. A staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. The actual murder weapon was the loaf. Wow, my brain just fucking jumped on that one. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yeah, that was a brain fart. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple and snowmobile. Feel free to fix. That's actually a good catch on me. Isn't baguette just like staff in French? I think so. Also, you don't need to censor French, Gumbo. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. Did you say loaf? Yes, I did. No, don't censor it. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. As soon as your package starts moving, but it's been out for delivery. Really? Wow. It was Lowry. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Okay, I will say that Iris blushing with a slight smile, kinda cute. So it's true. Yeah, I've got severed. It's only gonna say out for delivery or with delivery dates as soon as it leaves the truck towards your door. I don't know. FedEx is shit. They do the same thing to me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But unfortunately, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was? I try and attempt catlope for you. Oh. Like what do you mean, like what do you mean? The draw cat love. Oh, okay. As a note, all of my follower emotes are ones drawn by members of the community. Because I'm not gonna like, I've commissioned my sub emotes, but the follower emotes are ones from the community because I don't want to put like say like or profit off the community, you know. The only exception being Banger, because I can't have an animated follower emote. So like, what are some other ones? Which ones are the follower ones? I made Ember, Sphinx made Hydrate, I made, oh lordy, Prisix made Wah and Y. Yeah, just those ones. She's learned who Elise Stoneham really was. Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. Oh, okay. If it's an animated emote, unfortunately I would have to put that behind a subscription. Which I know is unfair, but I can't, there's no other... Well, I mean, I could do it with 7TV, but... I don't know how much, like, I just don't understand, like... I don't want to say I don't trust the longevity of 7TV and B2TV. Just, I don't know, something just doesn't feel right putting, like... I don't know. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means... the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. I don't even know who the killer is. I'm trying to think. I can't think of... And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hasakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hasakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Was Larry? No, because Larry was there on the other on the Hazakura Temple side on the day after. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyways? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. I'm gonna continue this, by the way. This is the last haul. I keep forgetting. That being said, wow, that's complete horseshit. Do you have anybody there, Severed, that can receive a package for you? Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we performed earlier. Did I know I got super lucky my form Anita? Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. I'm going to announce the results of the test we performed earlier. Tests? Sorry, I have an itch. Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. The test Maya for more possession. She's possessed! By the CRA! I actually had a fucking panic attack because I got an email from the CRA. But it was just an email of, oh, don't forget to do your income tax. Like, fuck off, man. Front door despite me telling her extremely important. Why did she avoid checking the front door? What's the CRA? Canadian Revenue Agency. Tax people. She's busy. Ah. It's fixed. It's a Canadian thing. I don't know what the US or the English equivalent is. IRS? Oh, okay. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Ours is called SII. So when you're yelling C, it's not because you're yelling yes. It's because it's in pain. I know the IRS because the Joker pays his taxes. Oh, I know that one. But what's the British equivalent of the CRA/IRS? Whatever tax agency is there. If you know that. I know you don't pay taxes, but surely you should know. You don't have to do taxes though? Yeah, we pay taxes, but we still have to do our taxes. And if we get wrong, we still get taxed. I don't fucking get that part. Like, why should we submit if, like, I don't know. Like, I'm down for paying taxes if it's to help people out. But, like, why make us do it and then tell us we're wrong? HMRC? Oh, okay. It's probably like His Majesty's... I don't know. So what are the results? Was the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That's all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So why wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger? Then, whose was it? Here both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. Revenue and customs. Huh. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager in Wright & Co. law offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crane channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it. I don't blame her. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline cause must be unbearable. Anyways, Fix never told us what SII means. Or C. Sorry. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Stonham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Service Day Internal Tax Services? Oh, okay. I'm not even gonna try to botch your language, I apologize. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But I butcher yours on the daily? Sphinx, I know you for English being your second language, you're actually very, very fluent. And there are often times where I forget your first language is Spanish. Like, I've tried to have a second language, and it is very, very difficult for me. It's the power of learning at 12. Yeah. Oh, sorry. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. There's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. You know, I can see if they abolish the royal monarchy for whatever reason, like basically the entire Commonwealth is going to have to is probably is I wouldn't say up in arms, but would try their best to like fill the void and end up like celebrating like beer or some shit, beer, tea, crumpets, whatever the fuck. Commonwealth battle. Oh, you know two countries would be a fucking at its fix, and I know specifically which two countries. Well, I say that, but for those wondering, uh, it would be India and Canada, mainly because of some silly political shit and our prime minister. That's an entire can of worms. I'm not entirely too versed in. I have zero issue with anybody in this world. I love listening to like I say like in terms of countries like I have zero issue with anybody from India. I like people from India. I have zero people issue from people from Russia because there are a lot of people who can't speak out against what Russia as a country is doing, but the people are like the people I've seen on like YouTube. Like what's that channel I what Life of Boris is actually a really interesting look into like the life of like a quote unquote silly Russian, you know? No, Boris. Let me find the YouTube channel. I don't, I think if we just accepted each other's cultures, I think I don't know. Like if it's not well, I say accept, more appreciate, learn, and you know like and if learn like the fun things about each other's cultures, I think would make for a better world. I say this entirely while Sphinx and fucking Gumbo are going at each other again. I can't have a serious fucking conversation ever. I should retire one of you. Well, actually, even if I retired one, the other one would still the other one would still stay around and just antagonize them. No, I'm not even saying like friendship, just more appreciation. Like I can appreciate like England and like all the stuff like England does, and like New Zealand, the a lot of the African countries. Because I'm gonna say this as someone who's very bad at like geology. I can't name many of those countries there. I'll retire you first, Gumbo. I have power. Do you really want to tempt me? Geography, that's what I meant. Sorry, thank you. I'm bad at geography. I know like the more popular places, but that's about it. I know where Chile is because Fix is there. Should replace Gumbo with me. I was thinking of replacing Sphinx. He's past his warranty. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You know Belize? I it sounds familiar. I do not believe you can point to my noodle land on a map. Give me a fucking second, I'll prove you wrong. GeoGuessr soon? That would be interesting, except now GeoGuessr has like a subscription shit. What the fuck? Why did I search up that? Apparently, when I last used Google Earth, I searched up 31 Spooner Street, which is the house from Family Guy. Why did I search that? All right, where's my Chrome? All right. Wait, it has the names. Chile is right there. I was gonna head here anyways because I know it was like southwestern coast of South America. You know, I really would. It. I tried. I was going to be smart, and then I realized that, then I completely forgot the names were there. I should get. There you are. Kind of sideways because I don't know how to work this fucking thing, but you turn off the names. Okay. If you guys want to see my whole country, there you go. Almost the right way upside down. Cabanana and Canda. You people are great. Anyways, if you guys want to know where I live, it's approximately. Where's it? There's a town called Walrus. Um, it's around here. Now I'm just fucking with you guys. I'm nowhere close. However, I do live in this massive ass country. Yeah, Moose Jaw is actually a large city in Saskatchewan. At least Saskatchewan's easy to draw. It's just four straight lines. Also, this is gonna piss a lot of people off. This is the city of Vancouver right here, and Sever's gonna know how angry this is, makes a lot of people. This is the city of Vancouver. This is Vancouver Island. Vancouver is not on Vancouver Island. Actually, hold on. Let me. Here's here's a really long and kind of violent name for an area. It's called Head Smashed in Buffalo Jump. Actually, the name of a place because the First Nations people of Canada would kind of I don't know. I think they scared the buffalo off the cliff, and they would tumble down and like and die, and then they would like basically use that as a way to harvest buffalo. Everybody was efficient. Those things are fucking huge. Oh well. Well, let's continue this game before we get too fucking late at night because I still got to work in the morning. Now you guys know a little bit of Canadianism. That's one place is called Cock and Bollocks. I know. I mean, I think Pris. What's the town that Pris keeps? Her and I kept going back and forth. I would make her say Canadian names, and she would make me say like English UK names. And the one she kept laughing at me for was she calls it Slough, but it's pronounced or it's spelled Slough, and so I was like, it's slough, right? Because I was thinking like tough, so it's slough, but apparently it's called Slough. Town's named after underwear stuff. No gumbo, no fucking specific towns. Anyhow, I'm distracted again. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. That was the... Really? Why? Slough was especially unhappy. Hey, at least your country doesn't fucking take over other city names in like one area and then say you can be a globetrotter. I'm gonna pull it up again. There's your Winnipeg. There we go. Where is it? So there's London, Delhi. There's a couple more here. I gotta remember what it is. There's like Amsterdam, Berlin. Is there Washington? I don't know. I I have a hard time finding them because these are like really fuck off small towns. There's Cultus, Jarvis, Cambridge, Dublin. Like we are not original people. But Washingham, I don't see where. There's a Londesboro. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh, Zurich. Anyways, you can take like 2 hours and do like a circle or something, and you can say you visited all these capital cities. When in reality, you never left the Ontario fishtail. Anyhow, yeah, because it's kind of hard to see with this map, but yeah, it's a fish. There's head and there's tail. No offense, Gumbo. You really did not leave us with much. Fuck, I'm gonna do it again. Where is it? There's a city over here. Tweed. I forgot. I keep forgetting about Tweed. Where is it? Wait, New South Wales is a thing? I didn't know Cheeseboro was a thing. That's hilarious. I like that. Is some Ma- Mapuche name? I don't know how to say that. Related to water or trees or some dude's name or underwear. Your country's fucking wild. Enterprise. Okay, Bob, do you have states or provinces? Anyways, I'm struggling to figure out where the fuck this. Yeah. It's literally a town called Welcome. I want to die. Why do you want to die, Severed? My package showed up. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Well, fucking not the right time. So now do you have to send it back, or? Like, what items did you get a headset and mic, but just the wrong ones, or did you get wrong items altogether? Sorry, and as you're answering this, I'm going to continue with the game. I'm going to lose my mind if I keep stopping. Stop distracting me! So you're struck in the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? So to go to some dude in Montreal who probably got a nice fucking surprise. I would take pictures and show everything severed. Wow. Yeah, I would bitch and complain. I don't blame you, bud. That's an absolute fucking shit storm that just words are hard. I get what you mean. You're more than welcome to be pissed. I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I just don't know who it was. I think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Jeez. What company are you ordering from, Severed? Ha. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Steel Series? Oh. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person. But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, well, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember. I was having a really hard time. What should I do? Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it. It was dark? not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was this earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? Stumbled and ended up on the stone lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey, 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear. I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. Yes. I thought this person might attack me, so anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. It sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by my last hope. What do I do? Do I press for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? Oh, no. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Oh, what? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know. That's like, what do you call it when it happens? Mine's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ugh! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. No, what you say is coffee. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. See a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Man? Who was this man? Oh, well, you see... I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She uses excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? Isn't it... Wasn't it off? Was not lit on the night of... Oh, okay. There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. Was that a Green Lantern reference? So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Stoneham. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be honest, Your Honor, or to be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order. Order in the court. Mr. Godo, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there was truly no light in the garden, there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statements about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe the person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order. 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light sources at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godo. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! Talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. Give me a second. I'm getting cold. I need to put on a blanket. Sorry, I'm back. And I dropped my phone. Alright, now I'm back. It was pitch black. So what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. Man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say saw Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Is it Godo? Because Godo was not seen in the temple on the day after the crime. He was only seen after the bridge was repaired. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Oh, this is... But it can't be. Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godo, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ah. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? You got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? It was three glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. The person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you know the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Sorry. When I came to, I was just laying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, then I just assumed it was a man. That would be really funny if it actually was Larry. I was really tempted to put Larry just to see. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Goto said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you'd be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem to be too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Okay. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you to the inner temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. The killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? What do you mean you're cool? Cat loaf. Oh, did you actually? That's adorable. I really like it. I really do like it, Bob. Would you mind if I took it and just remove the white to turn it into an emote? Awesome. Actually, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Torches were lit and the body was gone. Torches were lit? Yes. That's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Nice, Bob. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Is that snow suspicious? Yes. Nobody shovels their dirt. You shovel where people walk, usually sidewalks and driveways. Why you would shovel dirt is beyond me. I'd say unless you wanted to uncover your garden, but you can't fucking grow anything in the winter time. Odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there is one thing I can think of. Did you say that a lot of victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Excuse me. Yeah. The area I collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wants to hide the snow with blood on it. There's no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Unless he couldn't see red. How do you prove that? It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Gumbo, did you have an epiphany? So you're saying you never saw the killer, right? Yes. Earlier, you very clearly stated that. You saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Taking the body by the pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. I don't think it's dumb. Well, I guess so. Actually, Clem must have done it. Oh, this changed. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. Actually, Gumbo, I think it's kind of smart in a way. Using I wouldn't say, well, I guess color blindness as a plot point. Everyone, oh, I already said that. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Wait, hold on. That's red-green colorblind. I'm actually 0% colorblind. Also, I'm glad that we managed to get good volume, Bob. I'd rather be able to, like, have you guys turn me down and have to try to crank the volume to be able to hear me a little bit. If that makes sense. I think I'm going to present the lantern on this one because the lantern has the name on it. So was the killer trying to hide everything but the word Maya? No, but then he can't see red. I think it's Okay, so I was right, but what reason? The body of Elise Donham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godo. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah! The killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion. Then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order! But Mr. Wright. Isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. Why does it make sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow? And then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection.
If that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body to remove all that snow, then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? No, Gumbo, because it's actually an interesting test. If you write very lightly with a red pen on a white piece of paper, and then look through a red filter, the writing that you had just did will look invisible to you. Hello, Marine. We're getting close to the ending here. So, Marine, I have to ask because other people have done their guesses. What are your thoughts on the next two games? Do you have any guesses of what they might be? There's new games? Yep. I have 2 campaign games usually in cycle, with some other side ones thrown in. Mana game. Like, Trials of Mana? Interesting idea. Cold Steel game series? I don't think I've ever seen Cold Steel. Maybe, Marine. I'm always down for suggestions. Marine, are you talking about Cold Steel the Hedgehog? Sorry. That was an absolutely terrible reference. Donut Steel original character, yeah. I don't know what the killer's plan was. It's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, that's your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? If the killer was trying to defend Maya, the killer couldn't have noticed it. Prosecutor Goto, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, what remains must be the truth. You're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, it wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Yes. If you have guesses, you're more than welcome to say them in chat right now. I can neither confirm nor deny. Wise series? I don't know what Wise series is. I think I apologize then. think it was Fallout 4 and Paper Mario. Yeah, I think you got anyway, the Cold Steel one is the Legend of Heroes Trials of. Oh, I think I get what you means. I think. I don't know. Therefore, it must mean they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? Yeah, I've never heard of the trails of whatever. Maureen. If you ever want to leave some sauce so I could look at it, I'll definitely check it out. Are you gonna get a refund from the other people at least severed? Do you have to send it back, or are they gonna let you keep the stuff? Well, I wish you luck on keeping the keyboard at least. There's only one person involved in this incident. I don't know, severed. I just wish you luck. There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that would have failed to notice the bloody writing? It's Godo again. Mr. Godo, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godo? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Huh. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godo, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. The apron, this is the apron delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. It somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godo. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? We'll play games, prosecutor. The blood color stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Godo, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason I don't drink that's the reason I don't drink red tea. There's such a thing as red tea? I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Goto is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Goto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donham, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe that this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Gumbo, do you want to be unmodded? Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like my name is... it's not like it's my name that's written here. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, try it. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? Snow. Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out that area? Yes, why didn't he just take... why didn't he take just that area? Oh. Could it be? Yes. The killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped onto the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. Torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Goto? Wait just a minute. Sorry, give me a second. Maya. What is a witness? Mr. Goto isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya? You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? How might I look about him? Eek! Oh, thank you for the hydrate. After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. I checked, you still have yours? Well, let me just poke it to find out. Ah! No, I'm joking. Ooh. Gumbo, low blow. You didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. Sorry, excuse me. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. The judge really is Canadian? What do you mean by that, Gumbo? Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, you plan to cover for Godom no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to learn the whole truth, or hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. No bully? Oh, well, let's Fix decide that one. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. What, I've heard my name? Yep. There's a recent, unmodding. I will let you decide on what to do with them. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. The little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too. Oh, yeah, Severed's here. I thought Severed rage quit for the night. Ow. I don't blame you, Severed. Take the time you need. Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godo arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearly? It's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. When did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godo? Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. Yeah, Sever's just gonna go for a very, very long walk. Fist fight the delivery driver. Fist fight everybody in FedEx. Fist fight whatever delivery company delivered to FedEx. Fist fight Steel Series. And then fist fight the factory itself. This is highly unusual, but well, Mr. Wright. I would pay to see that fix. Let's get this cross-examination started. I didn't get to ban Gumbo. One day, Severed, if you pay enough attention, he'll ban him. I think he's been unmodded 4 times. Yes. Where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training it was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne. But she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there. Seven, really? Okay. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donham. Next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side end to end. Well, you see, Curly gets pretty scared when she's alone. There weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. Lunch baby, Ogrok. The inner temple has 2 structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack too? Rose was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would have been the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Rose didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Chloe said she was sleeping at the time. She says that she was so scared during the night. She couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl. All alone like that. Well, you know that she had at least one friend in that sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne was busily battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her. So she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. Yeah, because it was Sphinx and Allie first. Then Allie left to go do university things. And then Gumbo and Severed. Yeah. Oh man, I'm yawning a ton. I hope this ends soon. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? Both of you were at it at the same time, Severed. Because there was a little questionnaire I had everybody fill out, and there was like, I don't know, 5 people? And I got Sphinx's input for the questionnaire. Yeah. So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godo? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from somebody else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godo? Doesn't seem like anyone got... Unfortunately, I've never seen South Park Severed. I've seen like snippets of it, but never actually watched it. Sorry. Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So I had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple. Huh? Ha. You want to say something, Troy? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godo's armor. Well, I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godo. Found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. You cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. He says he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godo. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy really is beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godo style. In the same way. I like to hand down my verdicts in my own way. Judge style. We should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went as bad as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty. Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec, what did Godo just say now? Say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Raw state. One thing of any importance here. Let's go to when the murder took place. Wait, he said the gravy. What was the gravy about? Oh, if he wouldn't have known who Misty Faye was, because unless he saw it beforehand, because like he's claiming to only have been there after the gravy. He would have had to see it. Mr. Godo, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. But why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godo is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godo, you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder. You wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. You should mod me? Okay. There. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Goda described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Goda, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That it knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. Yep. Every time a spoiler thing, I'm gonna have to use somebody as a threat. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godo knew about the plan. Has a Marine been a threat? I don't think so. Why are you fist fighting your ISP, Gumbo? Man, everybody's just a fucking beating the shit out of each other today. No, I get that. All I do is swear occasionally? Nah, more than occasionally. Of course Mr. Godo knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Yeah, because he would have had to see the letter, right? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Oh, I forgot about the unsealing. Who will I fight? I have the answers to that, Sphinx, but I don't know if you want that information public. Am I wrong, though? Now, unsealed. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how we knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. Oh, okay. It's the only recent one I know of, Spix. So, if anybody wants to fist fight my cat, though, I will literally beat the shit out of them. I will punch your intestines so hard you'll crap yourself. I could not say that without laughing. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But he just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Goto couldn't even known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit. Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to learn where they were hidden. Welcome back, Shred. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Goto. Order, order, order. Mr. Goto, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped. A conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for the crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. And he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? Skill is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I'm what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Goto? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Goto. The same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. A person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Deus Ex Mia. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Maya Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. Once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Well, wait a second here. Mr. Goto is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Goto. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind all of it was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Gonna play Watermelon Go? Alright, have fun. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Welcome back, Bob. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. Shit. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. What'd you have for lunch, Bob? Ha. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. God, that's... Just imagine how heartbreaking that would be. You wake up, you look around, you have no lover, no one around you around the hospital bed. You have now no purpose of revenge. God, imagine how, like, mentally painful that would be. Can't live for love, can't live for revenge. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days. There were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, right? Eh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died. Much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visits with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Ugh, shit, I keep yawning, fuck. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakir Temple and Misty Fey. Real sleepy? Yeah, but I want to push through this first. Get this game done. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in case my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? that you mention it. Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye was still wielded a great influence. Police had been keeping an eye on her movements at all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? You need to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Korean, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. In the case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godo. Anyway. That's all I'm going to admit to, right? Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. Thanks, buddy. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you missed your Godo. Well, Trey, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick. Please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing. From my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godo. Can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, He's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya. I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya. Testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. As she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha! Things break trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final... I think I know what to jump on this one. Actually, no, never mind. I don't. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Goto's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... But just after that, she turned towards the light and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Goto's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify right in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright, then let's go into the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? I did ask for help, but I was splattered with blood. Not blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that's when when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Isn't that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back. How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movements. And also the smell of blood. I've witnessed more horrors than any young lady should have ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. Well, what could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Goto's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trait? Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. A battery-powered Goto. And what do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard, then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? What? So then that scream came from the killer? That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. No, because didn't Dahlia have a dagger? I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Oh. Remember the testimony she just gave before this killer let out a scream? Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger that the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at this crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because she let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned that it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have wounded somewhere on his body. So you're saying that the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godo, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. I should say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave the evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. But it can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger. He said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godo really had been cut with a dagger, his clothes would be bloody, or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe you just changed his clothes? That would solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. We're back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. Once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godo was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ugh. Order. Order in the court. Okay. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Does Judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took his clothes off before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. You just came up with that idea, Sphinx.
Objection.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? Eh? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ha! So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Ugh. Right now, Mia Fey were here. Mia Fey were here. She would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Trike. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You accuse Mr. Goat of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Question is whether or not I can prove it or not. Fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition. Just as you want it. Ha! That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited... Oh, he's going for the all or nothing gambit. Why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godo? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the stagger. I think Godo told Mia off. I don't know. But we decided that it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden. The lights went off, his mask went off, the wound is underneath his mask. This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. Final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. Oh, that double point was good. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godo, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. I'm not gonna scream. I don't want to ruin this. Fuck. That coffee was too hot. Is he the yes. Just now. I saw her spirit in you. I've never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your apathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godo. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I can ever find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yourself? I was the one who failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape the harshness of reality. But I couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really a Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it just something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion. A fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godo. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Shit. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma. I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You would do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Gumbo, you just want to shrimp over hot, guy. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with a body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. What? Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. No. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria in this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. Met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way, it's just... It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months... The one that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne... wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie. Why did that make me tear up? Shit, man. Sorry, I just need a quick second. What did I miss? So apparently, Phoenix's love in college, who everybody thought was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't actually Dahlia. He only met her when she gave him the poison, and when she tried to frame him for murder. The time Phoenix spent, you thought he was with Dahlia, was with Iris. Fuck, man. That would explain why Phoenix felt so betrayed. Because Dahlia wanted to kick his ass and Iris wanted to love him. Shit. Oh boy. You mean... That's right. Thanks, Vix. Oh boy. That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. I mean, she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. Shit, man. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix is right. He didn't call us trite. Hey. Yeah, I think you're right. He's homie sharing a cup with us. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Donham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. And get the emote ready, guys. I'm not gonna be playing this franchise for a bit. Not guilty. Court is now adjourned. God, that entire final scene with fucking Iris and Phoenix. Oh, why does romance fucking hit me in the fucking soul? So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Yeah? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your own mother murdered. Ouch! Franziska. Still a softie as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial... the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose... there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Why the fuck is sad music playing for butts? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true. Right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Ah, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would, everyone would be better if I were gone for good. Even if he is his character, it's fucking depressing. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. Certainly can't say they lack resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by mere crayon. His pictures were crayon? Oh fuck, they really were shit. I'm sorry. As soon as that left my mouth, I felt so bad for saying that. I'm sure there's good art out there made by crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next... Oh, never. Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. Maybe? What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who is hurt more deeply than Maya. Edrith, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow. Then tell me, Phoenix, right? Who is Maya being strong for? I want to say Pearl because she found out her mother was a fucking psychopath, sociopathic murderer. Or plotter. Pearl Faye. I thought so too, Sphinx, but eh. Pearl Faye. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh hey! So this is where you all were. Wow, 4 hours and 30 minutes. This is the first appearance of Gumshoe this stream. Wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ah! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh yeah, according to Newbie, unless I play the investigations games, this is the last we'll see of Gumshoe in the mainline franchise. Damn. Can we get some 07s for Gumshoe? Actually, you know what? Should we turn Gumshoe into an emote? Let me see if there's a 7 TV emote for Gumshoe. I'll do that right now while I'm thinking about it. There's only one. It's of him scratching his head. I'm sure we can put a new one in. So someone remind me tomorrow to do it. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien. Where else? Oh, no. Oh. I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. We can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Are they actually going out? Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too. Ha! Oh, forget about me. Quill and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Gumbo, what the fuck are you looking up? Get off the Rule 34 website. Now. This is why I should have a spray bottle now. Get off the site. Nick, what do I do? Also, Sphinx, I've never seen that many people horny for Gumshoe. I've just seen people horny for the fucking right X Edgeworth fucking stuff. You know what? I should give me a second. Now I got to do something. Give me a second here. All right, was it added? I can't tell on my end. It's not going to appear on stream, but all right. So now we have a gumbo disciplinary emote. Yeah, Gumbo has 0 dad energy. He's not like weird, creepy uncle. Nick, what do I do? Really, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. People have always told me I have this like weird angry grandpa energy. Like I'm angry, yes, but I kind of care for all my grandchildren. I think you're right on that one, Sphex. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. I wouldn't say disappointed, Sphex, just concerned. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We might be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Very well, Phoenix, right? Well, go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. Where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Azakura Temple. The pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah. Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah. Someone cleaned it off. Gotta be pearls. Mystic Maya. Pearlie. Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is thanks to I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who is there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? They never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the Master's talisman. The thing that Mystic Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's a photo? Ah. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is what we fight for others. But who do you fight for? And how hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh, just like pearls. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. What is severed? Oh. Okay, I get it. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate that we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Mr. Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know. And I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Alright. We're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh. I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Whoa. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course, naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could just say one little thing. Sure. Of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Finally did it! Holy shit! We did the trilogy. I'll have to work extra hard now. Master of Crane and the office manager of Wright & Co. law offices. Oh, this is gonna be a long... you know what, I'll just let you guys read it. Yep. This is the end, Bob. I just want to get through all the main characters first. But yeah, that last little bit kind of fucking hit me right in the soul. Holy shit. Look at it. That's a good looking coat on him. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. I love Gumshoe. But this like, except for, I think, in my personal opinion, the Tribulations case, I think this game was quite great. So I'm just reading the Just reading the character stuff. There was actually quite a lot of interesting characters this time around. But I won't be doing the, I do want to continue on the franchise eventually, just... I don't want to be doing any, like, talking heavy games for a while. That I hate. I always apologize for not being like an overly charismatic voice actor, you know? You know, I know people are always like Edgeworth X right, but I really want to see like cute stuff like with like Iris and Phoenix. This trilogy was actually quite great. I do too. It's a nice little thing. David Crislip, thank you for being everybody's favorite tutorial antagonist. Wait, was she even in this game? Butts. Gumbo, stop staring at butts. This is really nice art, though. Thank you everybody for like being with me as I struggle to read the entirety of 3 friggin' visual novels. Are you shutting yourself in next? All right. I'll leave this up while I get my my controls re-enabled. Are you guys excited? Does anybody have any last minute guesses? Yes, Gumbo said final guesses. Like a pirate ship with a big wheel? No, but I will say one of the later sequels to this game actually has a piratey theme. Assassin's Creed? No. Actually, you would not believe on that one. I'm thinking what left is. Left? Yeah. All right. If you're done guessing and you want to see what the new game is, say me. Or say show me, you fucking moron. All right, guys. The two new games. XCOM 2 and Ratchet & Clank Tools of Destruction. I know I've played XCOM 2, but General gifted me General gifted me the War of the Chosen DLC, and I've downloaded a bunch of mods to add a bunch of funny characters. Ratchet & Clank Tools of Destruction, I'm hoping I can try to get working on an emulator, but I'm going to try my best to. And as for the thing about the pirates, there is a later Ratchet & Clank game called, what was it called? Ratchet & Clank Quest for Booty or something like that. I know it's cheating, but fucking deal with it. That's all I have to say to you. Ratchet & Clank Todd. that would have fucked you up more. Anyhow, just Todd, yeah. Anyhow, let's figure out who to raid. I hate that I sometimes leave that on mute. Oh, by the way, Bob, for you specifically, fuck you. Because I tried to go back and look over Maureen's VOD to see what her reaction was to Scotland Forever. And you fucking skip it on me? Fuck you for that. How dare you ruin Scotland Forever? Nah, I'm just messing with you. I'm not actually pissed. We're gonna raid my buddy Bathwater. I appreciate everybody here again for listening to my shitty voice acting, where every character has the same voice. It's the duck. Yep. The raid message will be. Raid when it's all over. Because, you know, cry when it's all over. Anyhow, please take care of yourselves. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? I'm not sure what I'll be doing tomorrow. Maybe Pal World? I gotta figure shit out. Have a good sleep? Nope. I'm going to have constant nightmares. And you guys can't fucking stop me. Because I can't even stop me. It's a real problem. Oh well. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.